It's a great pleasure to see so many people at the late hour, and it's undoubtedly linked to the importance of the theme, the quality of the person this lecture is meant to honor, and also the quality of our lecturer tonight. You know that academic institutions are not just dry bureaucratic structures. They're human communities, and in these human communities, the faculty plays an eminent role, and it's therefore appropriate to celebrate, as we're doing tonight, people who've played an important part in the construction of this community. The Bologna Center of Johns Hopkins University was created 70 years ago in order to train generations of young American and European students and introduce them to advanced analysis of the problems of our times. Things have changed, the problems have changed. Let's say the geographic space we're looking at has expanded, but a few things have remained, and among these is the importance of the in-depth study of the fundamental disciplines that are taught here. And of course, in that context, we couldn't omit the important contribution that has been given to our institution by somebody like Robert Mundell, who is, of course, world known for his contribution to monetary dynamics and his work on the concept of optimum currency area, which has inspired so many debates in Europe for evident reasons, as it was moving towards the creation of a single currency. And as you also know, I'm sure, this contribution to economics was recognized by the awarding of a Nobel Prize, which is not such a common feature. We're therefore extremely honored to, let's say, bring the attention of new generations of students to his contribution to scholarship, as we do every year with the Robert Mundell Lecture. And we have tonight the pleasure of hosting as a lecturer Professor Andrés Velasco, who is currently the Dean of the LSE School of Public Policy, which is, as we were discussing a few minutes ago, a kind of a sister institution to this one, a School of Public Policy, which has been developing remarkably, it seems to be seen from the outside, and with which I hope that we will have the opportunity of further collaborating in the future. I will turn to my colleague Guido Sandleris, well known in this house, and whom I will therefore not introduce, to present our lecture for tonight. But I wanted to tell him first and directly how grateful we are to him for having accepted our invitation. And we all very much look forward to your lecture.
Okay, please stand up so I can see you. I prepared some notes. First, thank you for being here. For the students, Valerie, Nicholas, it's a pleasure to have you here. Andrés, of course, thanks for accepting the invitation. It is a great honor to have you here. There are few economists in the world that have navigated as well as Andrés the waters of academia, policymaking, and global affairs. As Renaud mentioned, Andrés is currently the Dean of the School of Public Policy at LSE, and he's a highly respected scholar. He made contributions in macroeconomics, in economic policymaking, in political economy of development, financial crisis, all topics that are related to Hop's work. In fact, Andrés was a student of Robert Mundell at Columbia. And I'm going to tell you a personal story that you don't know about when I met you for the first time. So the first time I met Andrés, you were coming to Columbia. I was a student there in my PhD. He's much older than me. He was coming as a professor, as it shows. No, I'm joking. But he was a professor at that time at Harvard Kennedy School, and he was coming to present a paper at Columbia, and I have never heard him present, but I knew about his research. So, and as you will see in a few minutes, Andrés is a very articulate speaker. So when I talk, and we are, in general, economists are not that articulate, but we know. So the first time I saw him, I said, okay, I need to learn to present that way. No? And beyond academia, then I kept on looking after what he was doing, and he was the finance minister in Chile. He was later on a presidential candidate in Chile. And one of the things that he did later on, when he was the finance minister in Chile, is something that is very related to some of the stuff we discuss in the courses we take here. In a sense, I'm gonna say something like his experience as finance minister in Chile is kind of the antithesis of populism, an issue that we have discussed in some of our classes. When he was finance minister in 2006 and between 2006 and 2010, the first 2 years, the world saw a huge boom in commodity prices. And what many governments in the world did was to spend that windfall. That didn't happen in Chile under his tenure as minister. He saved a big part of the extra revenues that the government was getting, to the point that Chile in 2007 had 8% of GDP surplus, budget surplus of 8% of GDP, which is huge by any standard. Of course, something that we all know is that spending money when you are in government makes you very popular, but not spending when the funds are there makes you unpopular. And I remember at the time, and related to what I was saying about him being articulated, newspapers articles talking about what Andrés was doing and saying the problem here with Velasco is that he cannot explain what he's doing as minister. And I said, how can it be that the most articulated guy probably in Latin America, I've seen an economist more articulated, they say he cannot
You're
explain.
setting the bar too high here, I'm worried. They can only be disappointed.
I'm sure he would. So I said, how can it be? And the issue was not, of course, how he communicated, was the decisions that he was taking. Luckily, like his decision to save a big part of that windfall was reivindicated very soon. Because in 2008, we had the global financial crisis. And while most countries suffered a big recession, Chile was able to kind of surf it because it has these huge government savings that allow them to do counter-cyclical fiscal policy. So his leadership on that, in that process was recognized. He became popular. He was later on, as I said, presidential candidate. And over time, Andrés has been like a model for many of us a little bit younger economists from Latin America. So this unique combination that he brings of academic rigor, public policy experience, international affairs experience, I think is invaluable to understand what is going on in the world today. So it's a pleasure to have you here, Andrés. The floor is yours.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for that very kind and generous presentation. And thanks to Valerie and Nicola for being here. Regarding Guido's presentation, I will only say one thing. Before I was a minister, I had black hair. After being a minister, they came out like that. So you've been in public office, you know what I mean. So I want to begin by saying something really from the heart. I was Bob Mundell's student at Columbia many years ago, more years than I care to count. And I am deeply honored and humbled to be here as the lecturer of the Robert Mundell Memorial Risk Lecture here at SAIS Bologna. And thank you, Valerie and Nicholas, for being here. It is a real honor. Preparing for this lecture, I went back and read some of Bob's papers, and I read some of the things that were written about him. And I was reminded of a big conference held at the IMF. I think Bob was turning 65 or 70. I was there at the time, and the book, the conference yielded a book. It's right there. Money, Capital, Mobility, and Trade, Essays in Honor of Robert Mundell. And the editors were three people who are very well known if you're an economist. Guillermo Calvo, who like Guido is an Argentine, and Bob's colleague and friend at Columbia. Rudi Dornbusch, German professor at MIT, Bob Mundell's student, and Maury Opsfeld, a professor at Columbia, who in turn was the student of Dornbusch, who had been the student of Mundell. So at the conference, when people got up to give speeches, Calvo said, I am Mundell's colleague at Columbia, therefore I am his intellectual brother. Then Dornbusch got up to speak and he said, I was a student at MIT, therefore I am his intellectual child. There's a real child here, but this is intellectual. And then Opsfeld got up to speak and said, well, if I studied with Dornbusch, who studied with Mundell, I am therefore Bob Mundell's intellectual grandchild. I am very happy to report that I studied with Opsfeld. So that makes me what? His great-grandchild, intellectually speaking. I also studied with Calvo, who is his colleague, so that makes me his nephew. So I'm not quite sure where I stand, but there's some relationship of intellectual resemblance, connection, call it what you wish. I also came across the article that Rudi Dornbusch wrote when Bob was awarded the Nobel Prize. And there's one line there, which I wrote down, which I think summarizes very nicely, as Dornbusch often did, what Mundell was about. Dornbusch said, Mundell's central claim to fame is to have recast the way we think about the functioning of an economy with an open capital account, not just any economy, an economy with an open capital account, including the stark implications for policy. So when you grow up, you want to win the Nobel Prize, Bob did, and you want to recast a field. Notice the verb, recast, reinvent. That is pretty much what Mundell did. And he did it in a way that was also, and that's the last thing Rudi emphasizes, policy relevant. Why was it policy relevant? Because from World War II, 1946-7, Bretton Woods, until the 70s, the world had no capital mobility. So the models that were built for that time were of a particular kind. Mundell came along, and in the 70s and 80s, he said, well, the world is changing. Now we have capital mobility. Money is moving from the US to Europe, from Europe to Japan, from the oil-producing countries in the 70s to the rest of the world. And Mundell pointed out, we have no models that explain this new world. And what did he do? He set aside basically rewriting macroeconomics to account for a new world. And he did it in a way that was so clear and so appealing and so simple and so powerful that the Nobel Committee recognized him with a prize. Not bad. I'm an international macroeconomist, so I belong to a field that basically Robert Mundell invented. And of course, the last bit is important because Bob wrote beautiful models, but he was also into the world. He cared about the world. He cared about policy. So if you go back to that book there, there's a collection of essays by people who knew Bob, who had been his colleagues, who had been his students, etc., including an essay by two Italians, Francesco Giavazzi and Giovannini, who's also a professor at Columbia. Giovannini, in fact, was from Bologna. I learned this morning. He was my professor at Columbia many years ago. And they wrote they wrote an essay in the book, which is all about this policy side. And they asked a very good question. They asked the question of why is it that when economists come up with macro theories, the world seems to adopt them, as in exchange rate policy in the case of Mundell. But when when economists come up with micro theories, deregulate, open up, etc., lower tariff, not what we're seeing today, economists don't get a lot of purchasing power. The world doesn't seem to pay attention very much. So there was a side of Mundell that was very effective because he was likely to be a macroeconomist, but the rest of economics seldom gets implemented. So my lecture today sort of belongs in that tradition, asking the question of how is economics useful for policy? What bits of economics need to be recast if we're going to think about policy? And how do we make economics more powerful when it comes to thinking about policy? The last thing I want to say is point two, which I skipped. I wasn't just a student in any course. I was a student in a class that Bob called Maggot, not MAGA. It's a different sort of thing, very different sort of thing. That's an acronym from macroeconomics and general equilibrium theory, which was Bob's big PhD class at Columbia. And it was memorable for many things, not the least of which.
We need to make sure that the PowerPoint is shown online.
Okay. So I will finish my anecdote while the gentleman does that. It was a very simple course. You read 5 things. You read Adam Smith, The Wealth of Nations, David Ricardo, Principles of Political Economy and Taxation, Alfred Marshall, Principles of Economics, John Maynard Keynes, The General Theory, and Robert Mundell, Monetary Theory. And the fact that you could have a class in which you read the 4 greatest economists of an earlier bit of history, and then Mundell tells you, I think, everything you want to know about A, the quality of his writings, and B, the lasting impact they had. A really fun class. It was a really fascinating class. And I hope my lecture today connects to some of the themes there. So this is what I want to talk about. Policy. And I want to talk about the connection between economics and policy. The thoughts I'm going to share with you today come from a paper that we've just finished writing with another LSE economist, Tim Besley. And of course, one thing we haven't mentioned, I come from the LSE, and where did Mundell spend a year doing his PhD? At the London School of Economics. So there's yet one more connection. Tim Besley is a very, Sir Tim Besley, I should say, is a very well-respected economist at the LSE. And he and I, a couple of years ago, had the following idea. We noticed that it had been 35 years, or like 2024 was 35 years, since the publication of a very influential book on the so-called Washington Consensus. For those of you who are young and were not around in 1989, the Washington Consensus was the outcome of a conference, yet another Washington conference, organized by an Englishman, a man called John Williamson. Big fat conference, lots of papers, big fat book came out, but Williamson wrote a little essay with what he called 10 rules for the conduct of economic policy. And this became sort of the to-do list. Some people loved it. If you were on the conservative side of the aisle, you may have thought, oh, the Washington Consensus is really my Bible. Other people hated it because they viewed it as neoliberalism. I'm not really going to go into that. But what I will say is that the Washington Consensus was incredibly influential in places like the IMF or the World Bank or Argentina, for that matter. The discussion was, do you do the Washington Consensus, do you not? And if you don't, how do you deviate, et cetera, et cetera. But of course, the Washington Consensus is pretty old. It is 35 years old. The world has changed a lot since then. But more importantly, economics has changed a lot since then. Economics is today a very different science. It takes politics seriously. It has collaborated with political science. It takes human psychology seriously. You see economists collaborating with psychologists, et cetera, et cetera. And we also know, or we think we have learned in the course of 35 years, what bits of the Washington Consensus were good ideas, you want to keep them, and what bits of the Washington Consensus were not such good ideas, and therefore you want to do without them. So Tim and I went round, raised a bit of money, and we organized a big conference, like the Washington Consensus Conference, but we had it in London. So if you want, I will not get upset if you call this the London Consensus. And the conference was in late 23, and the book is coming out this year. It'll be out before Christmas. Please buy a copy, give it to your loved ones. It'll be great beach reading, only 425 pages with lots of equations. So, first question you might be asking is, why a consensus? You look at the internet, and the one thing the world does not seem to have today is a consensus. But more seriously, some people tend to think that a consensus is not a good idea. In the paper, Danny Roderick, the Harvard economist, originally from Turkey, says, well, you know, we have to be worried about consensus. And he has a lovely line. He says, beware of economists bearing paradigm. A paradigm and a consensus are sort of close cousins. Why does he say that? Because, you know, paradigms can be too rigid. They can be too ideological. Once you have signed up to a paradigm, maybe you lose your ability to think freely. And of course, that was a point that had been made a long time ago by one of my heroes, another Columbia professor, Albert Hirschman, in a famous paper in which he said, the search for paradigms, in fact, is a hindrance to understanding. So Tim and I realized that we were treading on dangerous terrain if we were saying a consensus and a paradigm, and to put in London, because I'm sure people will say, oh my God, Washington, London, do we really want one more consensus written by, you know, people in the Anglo sphere in the English-speaking world? Of course, most of the authors in this book are not from the United States or the UK, so the ideas are diverse, the national and ethnic origins of the authors are very diverse, but yes, we did meet in London, that city known for its lovely weather and warm air. Now, why do we want to have a consensus? I want to argue that, yes, you know, if you go into the consensus terrain, you may be getting into trouble, but there are at least 4 things that help me make a case of why we want to think about what should be replacing the Washington Consensus, and it ought to be something like a paradigm or a consensus. The first thing is that maybe we don't know what works, that's my point 1 up there, but we do know what doesn't work. There are certain things that don't work. And the Washington Consensus correctly identified some of them, maybe not all of them. So let us at least list the things that don't work. That's learning, right? I'll give an example close to any Argentine's heart. One thing that, you know, it does not work to have a very large deficit and print money to finance it. I think Professor Sandleris will agree with me with that. Argentina has been trying it, you know, every 5 years since 1930, and I think we will all agree it is not a good idea. This country, of course, used to try that until they stopped having their own currency. So, you know, now we have to get the Germans to print the money. But back in the day, of course, Italy was also fond of that idea. It does not work. Secondly, you don't necessarily have to provide in a consensus a list of policies, because I do believe that policies depend on circumstances, and circumstances are different in Argentina or in Italy or in England or in Nigeria or in Pakistan. But there is such a thing as economic principle, and it could well be that you can identify some principles that help you organize your thinking so that you can pick the right policies that may be suitable for Pakistan or for Argentina. And what I'm going to do today is suggest 5 principles that, in Tim's view and mine, ought to organize our thinking about what comes next to replace the so-called Washington Consensus. Argument number 3 comes in the way of what we call conditional proposition. When you go to the doctor doesn't say, take this medicine. The doctor first examines you, and then the doctor says, well, conditional on the fact that you have certain symptoms, I am guessing you have a certain illness, and therefore I prescribe you this medicine. If you had different symptoms, I would guess you have a different illness, and I would give you a different medicine. So doctors do conditional advice. We argue in this paper that economists should also do conditional advice. If this is your problem, do this. If this is your problem, do that. If you're Argentina, spend less. If you're Germany, spend more. Would be an example of conditional advice. Last but not least, and this comes from my political side, not just my academic side, what you learn if you're a policymaker is that in the policy debate, people don't care about the technicalities of this policy or that policy. I was the finance minister of my country, as Guido mentioned. I learned very quickly that if you get up to make a speech and you say that your policy is really good because you've estimated the elasticity of this with respect to that, people just turn off the telly, right? Nobody cares about that. People care about big ideas. What you get asked about if you're a minister or a central bank president is, why is it fair? Why does it help my family? What family of ideas does it belong to? In other words, what paradigm does it belong to? So you need paradigms. Or the way we put it in the paper, if you're a policymaker and you're going into the world to do policy battle and you don't have a paradigm, it is like you have one arm tied behind your back. We need a school of thought. We need a paradigm. We need a set of big ideas that are the ones that citizens are interested in. Elections in democratic countries are fought around paradigms, around big ideas. They're not fought about, around the issue of who has the better estimate of this elasticity and therefore will have a better policy. Nobody cares about that. Rightly or wrongly, nobody cares about that. So what are we trying to do? We're trying to come up with principles, not necessarily one monolithic paradigm, not one set of policy recommendations, but at least some principles that organize thinking. So we don't think of it as a policy recommendation or a policy consensus. We'd like to think of it as a principles consensus. Let's agree on a few things that we have in our heads, and we have, we use them to organize our thinking. The world is complicated. We need to organize our thinking and simplify it and pick the right policies. So let me now get to the meat of the matter. Actually, it's not the right metaphor. There are probably vegetarians in the room. Let me get to the core of the matter and tell you what our 5 principles are. And they're really pretty basic economics, but maybe cast in ways you have not seen before. So I'm going to argue that what you produce matters, and I'll tell you what that means in a minute. I'm going to argue that growth still matters, which may sound obvious, but it isn't. I'm going to argue that we have to spend a lot more effort countering volatility, and I will be precise about what I mean. Fourth, I will claim that it's not the economy stupid. You all know that James Carville, that mythical American political strategist, used to go around saying, it's the economy stupid. He said it to Bill Clinton, who was his boss when Clinton was running for the presidency in the US. We want to argue that in fact it's the politics stupid, that any economics has to really be political economy. And last but not least, that without a good state, you can't do any of the above. So the quality of the state, the capabilities of the state are absolutely key. So let me get a bit more technical and become the nerdy economist that I really am. Most of you will probably know that it is a core tenet of conventional economics that you can separate production and distribution. The guy who really came up with this idea was not a modern economist, was a grand old 19th century English economist, a guy called John Stuart Mill. Mill has a beautiful passage in his Principles of Political Economy in which he says, the market has one job, to get productive decisions made. So if you want to make, a cork to be put at the top of the bottle, the market will tell you where to throw the cork, probably Portugal, and how to cut it, and where is it sold, and who transports it, etc., etc., etc. In the jargon of economics, It makes production decisions, employment decisions, and sales decisions, and pricing decisions, and all of that. But, pointed out Mill, once the market is done doing its job, then government can say, well, thank you, market, for producing so many lovely corks, but I don't like the distribution that arises from that market process. So-and-so is too rich, so-and-so is too poor, so-and-so is not properly being rewarded for his efforts. So government can come in and redistribute. This idea, which is, nearly 2 centuries old, was given a modern casting by 2 very famous economists, one American, Peter Diamond, and one British, James Mirrlees, both of whom also won the Nobel Prize. And these guys wrote a very technical paper, which is sort of maybe the core paper in public finance, in which they cast Mill's ideas into math, made basically the same point. You can argue for production, that's the market's job, and then the government's job is to think about redistribution, but you can separate the two. Politically, this is basically what people like Clinton or Obama or New Labour in the United Kingdom 20 years ago stood for. You can be center-left and allow the market to do the good things that the market knows how to do, but what makes you center-left as opposed to center-right? Well, after you've done the market, after you've allowed the market to do its thing, you say, well, I don't like the distribution, I want to tax these guys a little bit more, redistribute a little bit for the poor, maybe spend a bit more on education, etc., etc., etc. The Washington Consensus didn't quite phrase it this way, but this is basically what the Washington Consensus believed. Washington Consensus basically said the state should be small, taxation should be broad-based, government expenditure should mostly be focused on education and security and health, but other than that, the market should really do its job. We say, that's not quite right. Okay, so we're going into a fight here with John Stuart Mill, who's one of my heroes. This is risky terrain. But let me tell you why we argue that you need to change that principle. There are at least 2 reasons. One is that taxation is not as easy, this comes from a guy who used to be a finance minister, as Mill and Diamond and Mirrlees make it out to be. First of all, because a lot of income today is rents, what David Ricardo called rents. I was the smart guy who invented an iPhone, and therefore I can patent the iPhone and I can collect the rents. Problem is, taxing those rents is very hard. Why? I would go with the Apple example. What Apple produces in all the world, and where does Apple declare its profits? Well, typically in low tax jurisdictions. So you'll find, if you look at Apple accounts, you'll find that Apple appears making a lot of money in Ireland. Why in Ireland? Because Ireland has the lowest tax rates in the European Union, right? So the first thing to notice is that the idea that you can let the market do its job and then tax the result is not so easy, because taxation is hard in practice. If you've ever been near a budget office or a finance ministry, you will know that you may be wishing to tax those rents, but the rents get shifted, they get hidden, they get moved around. And a lot of the modern economy is about innovation. Innovation is about the creation of rents. The second problem, and this is a European problem, but we happen to be in Europe, so it's a relevant problem, is that we may be near, in many countries, near the top of what you can plausibly raise in tax revenue. If you're in Guatemala, where the government takes 8% of GDP, there's a lot of room for taxing more. If you're in France, where the government takes nearly 50% of GDP, not so clear you can tax a lot more. And therefore, the idea that you can allow the market to do its thing and then tax and spend, tax and spend, tax and redistribute, maybe in Guatemala, yes. In France, not so clear, right? And therefore, the separation works in theory, it may not necessarily work in practice. The other point we make, and that's number 5 down there, is that this whole idea is predicated on a very narrow definition of what constitutes human welfare. Because it says, look, the market does its thing, so that if the market says I should be a coal miner, I am a coal miner, and if coal miner, gets sick and die young, well, my family will be compensated. Put in academic jargon, utility is about consumption, and consumption is about income. So the market basically maximizes consumption. And if the market outcome is allowing you to maximize consumption and therefore welfare, we're all happy. Problem is that economics marriage with disciplines like psychology over the last 25 or 30 years has taught us that that definition of welfare is way too narrow. People care about a lot of things that go beyond it. One of those things is human connected culture, the pride that I take in my job. I'll give you an example from coal mining. One of the reasons why I have so much white hair is one of the things that I was involved in when I was an official in Chile was closing coal mines. You know, Britain did it also in the 1980s and 90s. From an economic point of view, of course, you have to close the coal mines. They were filthy and they were losing money like crazy. But then, if you're a 35-year-old miner, you can go off and, you know, do something else. If you're a 55-year-old miner and you've been mining all your life, good luck finding another job. And, you know, when you close coal mines, you bring in McKinsey, and McKinsey says, oh, retrain them, make them barbers. Most 55-year-old coal miners do not wish to end their days cutting people's hair. Okay? And therefore, and I'm going to go off the paper here for 30 seconds, the kind of dislocation that these market outcomes bring mean that we have left behind regions and left behind people. And it is not an entirely crazy idea that those left behind people and left behind regions are the ones who are fueling things like populism in Europe, populism in the United States, Donald Trump, and the like. So the implication is, the implication is that if you are a centrist, market-loving liberal, you should leave John Stuart Mill behind and worry about not simply efficiency, but also you have to worry about what is produced, where is it produced, and by whom is it produced. Because people also care about their jobs. You may say to people, oh, robots are going to do all the work and I'm going to send you a check at the end of the month. And people will say, no, I want my job. My job is some sort of identity, some sort of pride. So it may well be that policies today have to put their little hand into productive processes and worry about what we make, where do we make it, and with what kinds of wages and what kinds of jobs. This sounds sort of obvious to the layperson. For an economist, what I've just said is anathema. I have just violated, you know, microeconomics 101. But I think there's some solid grounds for doing so. So principle number one is you may need to intervene in the market process rather than doing pure distribution. And in jargon economics, this is sometimes known as doing free distribution as opposed to doing redistribution alone. Idea number two, worry about growth. Growth is still valid. You might think, well, it's sort of obvious, right? But it is not so obvious for at least two reasons. One reason is that the Washington Consensus, if you go back and read the paper, was really not about growth. In fact, if you look at the word growth, you know, you can do search, you know, in Word or in a PDF. The word growth appears only once in the original paper, and it's about growth in exports. Economic growth as such is not there. And why is it not there? Because the Washington Consensus was really worried about static efficiency, about deregulation, getting the prices right, which, you know, in the 1980s was a big priority in Latin America and Europe and Asia and many places. But today we know that getting the prices right is a part of the story, but it's not the whole story. And in fact, one of the other big changes in economics since the Washington Consensus is that we now have a theory of economic growth, and we didn't have that. And this is sometimes known as the Schumpeterian approach to economic growth, and probably the name that is most closely associated with it is a guy called Philippe Aghion, who's a Frenchman who teaches at the LSE, part of the year, at the Collège de France, the other part of the year. So we share Philippe with his native France. And what this theory is about is, you know, it's a theory of creative destruction. Some jobs are destroyed so that new jobs can be created. And how are new jobs created? Through innovation. And why do people innovate? Well, they innovate because they expect to get rents. So if I expect to be able to get my patent on an iPhone, I will work hard, invent an iPhone, and then collect rents for a while. So in fact, it turns out that complete deregulation that eliminates all rents is not good for growth, bad for growth. So in this dimension, the Washington Consensus was wrong. Why was it wrong? Because the theory hadn't been invented yet. Of course, you know, when rents become too large, because if rents become too large, then a few people become too powerful, and they do what? Well, they stop innovation. By doing what? By wielding their money to close off markets to create barriers. So you want rents that are big-ish, but not too big. And more generally, you need a system in which government provides some goods, the private sector becomes some good, market externalities are avoided. We all know the governments, for instance, subsidize education because the markets don't fully value the education that you guys are getting here. And as a result, you need a whole ecosystem that is necessary for growth that was completely absent from the Washington Consensus. Some of this ecosystem may be, if you want, right-wing, guarantee property rights, but some of the ecosystem may be left-wing. Government may have to be in the business of educating people, providing subsidies, providing public goods. I'll give you one example. When I was Minister of Chile, in Chile, we signed an agreement with the European Union, a free trade agreement. This was back in the day when people signed free trade agreements. I know this. It sounds like the prehistory, right? But we were doing it. You know, Europeans like to eat mutton. And, you know, in the south of Chile and the south of Argentina, there are a lot of sheep. Okay, so I said, brilliant, we can export mutton to the European Union. And, you know, we did a quick calculation. We could export $1 billion of dead sheep to the European Union. And a week later, I realized that it wasn't so easy. Why? Because if you're going to export mutton from Patagonia to the European Union, you have to have what? A slaughterhouse that meets European Union requirements. And the sheep have to be treated and fed and vaccinated or not vaccinated in a way that does what? Meet European Union requirements. And the procedure for slaughtering the animals has to be what? Certified by the European Union. So it turns out that before we could send a single dead sheep to the European Union, government to spend a lot of money certifying procedures, certifying vaccines, building new slaughterhouses, creating a whole system to police the quality of the meat that was being sent. So you need an ecosystem. Not enough to say, I have a free trade agreement, I have some dead sheep, eat them. It's a lot more complicated than that. So message is, spurring growth is important, but it requires a lot more than simply getting the government out of the way of the private sector. Third idea, volatility is bad. You should fight it. Again, you might say this is kind of obvious. But if you go back and read the Washington Consensus document, what you see is that in 1989, people like Williamson and all the co-authors were worried about one kind of volatility. Historical footnote. The Washington Consensus book came out of a conference held in Washington, but which had a very large contingent of Latin Americans present. Because you will remember that the 1980s were the decade when Latin America blew up. It was the debt crisis in Latin America and the lost decade in Latin America. So a lot of the Americans and the Brits were worried about Latin America. And what kind of volatility did Latin America produce back then and still produces today? Macro volatility. You spend too much, you tax too little, you print too many pesos, eventually you have inflation or a balance of payments crisis, or a banking crisis, or all of the above. So there's a lot in there which is about getting rid of macro volatility. And of course, in this domain, the Washington Consensus was absolutely right. I am, all the white hair I have in my head was acquired defending that idea. Macro volatility caused by bad fiscal policies are really bad. However, it turns out that that is one kind of volatility, but it's not the only kind of volatility. Much more important is individual level volatility that is uninsurable. What have we learned over the last 20 years? We had the big financial crisis in 2007, 8, 9. Then we had the European crisis. Then we had the COVID crisis. Then we had the Russian atrocious invasion of Ukraine and a spike in oil prices and energy prices. From the point of view of the average citizen, most of these risks are uninsurable. You cannot go to the local insurance company and say, hey, will you sell me an insurance policy in case Russia decides to invade its neighbor and therefore my oil bill or my gas bill goes up? This is not insurable. So what do governments do? Governments de facto provide insurance. When the world collapsed in 2008, what did the EU or the US or Canada or my native Chile do? You step in and you prevent markets from collapsing, and you provide certain kinds of insurance that the market will not provide. And therefore, there's a new role for fiscal policy, which does not contradict the old role. You still have to be, on average, very prudent. But to be very prudent on average does not mean that you have to be prudent all the time. It means that you have to be very prudent in good times, so that when the bad times come, you have a pile of money sitting on the table, and you can engage in these kinds of insurance that the market will not do. So if you're conservative, you'll say, oh, this is a conservative idea. You have to save in good times. If you're liberal in the American sense, you will say, oh, this is a left-wing idea, to spend a lot when the shocks come. The key is that you have to do both, because you cannot spend a lot if you didn't save in good times. And of course, if you save in good times and you put the money under the mattress and never use it, that doesn't make much sense. So you have to be conservative and progressive at the same time. To do what? To provide the kind of insurance that the market will not provide. This is our third idea. And therefore, we argue that insurance of all kinds and resilience is going to be a major priority for policy. Not about climate change, which I don't have the time to go into, but of course, climate change will be another source of uninsurable risk. And you will probably see another role for government in ensuring de facto people who suffer shocks as a result of climate change. Fourth, and this should be kind of obvious, but it isn't. Politics, 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 politics. If you read the Williamson paper, the only politics that gets mentioned is Washington politics, because the guy is working in Washington and he's worried that his ideas will not be well received by the White House, the Treasury, the IMF, the World Bank. There's no mention of the politics of the countries where these policies are going to be implemented. The cynic in me wants to say, well, this is the 1980s, and Latin America was being ruled by dictators mostly, so you didn't have to worry about the politics, right? You know, the minister simply said, do this. And if you didn't do it, they would put a bullet in your head, right? But fortunately, our part of the world is democratic today. Europe is democratic. There's been a democratic wave. It's now maybe backsliding, but until recently, we've had a democratic wave. So we have to think about the politics of policy in at least two senses. First of all, you have to worry about the politics of policy in the sense of getting policies approved. This is what Giovannini and Giavazzi worried in their paper, written to honor Bob. But in addition, you have to worry about the political consequences of it, because you can get your policy through Congress, you might enact it, you might apply it, but then you might discover that that policy had political implications that may render your next policy more difficult. For instance, it is not entirely crazy. I don't want to oversell this idea, but it is not entirely crazy that some of the Washington consensus policies may have been good from an economic point of view, but they have made bad from a political point of view, in the sense that they triggered political reactions that in fact made good policies more difficult. Maybe Argentina is an example of this, maybe not. So the Washington consensus was politically naive. Basically, the implicit assumption was you fix the economics, the politics will take care of itself. I would put it to you that in fact it's exactly the opposite. You fix the politics, and then the economics will sort of take care of itself. So the causality maybe runs in the opposite direction. So the idea here is political economy should be front and center of any consensus. Last principle, and this is the principle about which the Washington consensus had zero to say. You need a good state. Again, for most of you, that may be sort of obvious, but for economists, it's not so obvious. Because, if you go back to the Washington consensus, what basically the Washington consensus emphasizes is the idea that you need to get government out of the realm of economics. This is written at a time when Ronald Reagan was president of the United States, and you'll remember that Ronald Reagan said, the most scary phrase in the English language is, hello, I'm from the government and I'm here to help, right? So if you can get the guy from the government out the door, There was nothing scary. Today, we realize two things. First of all, we realize that Reagan was wrong. But more scientifically, or more economically, if you want, this ecosystem for growth has a role for government that you cannot do without. To go back to my mutton example, you know, Chile could have the best mutton in all of South America, better than Argentina's mutton, but we couldn't send any of it to the European Union if you didn't have all the things that only government can provide. The certification and the slaughterhouse and the procedures and the vaccines and all the other stuff. There's no private production since without some kind of public production. And therefore, what you need is a state that is capable of doing that. Problem is some states are capable and some states are not capable. Or to put it differently, certain policies are not very government intensive. You can lower tariffs and have more, you don't really need a lot of the government. But if you're going to develop a sophisticated financial market, for instance, and you try to do that without a good central bank and without a good securities regulator, believe me, you're not going to get very far. One of the striking things about modern capitalism, I live in the UK, I teach at a place which is 5 blocks away from the City of London. The City of London is the world's premier financial center. What's striking about that bit of London is that it's full of lawyers. What do all the lawyers do? They work for the City of London. Because there's a financial conduct authority, and there is the Bank of England, and there are manifold regulators. And what makes the City of London so powerful financially is not the great weather, it's not the pubs that close at 11, most uncivilized. It is the fact that the rules and regulations, the ecosystem for doing finance in London is the best in the world. That involves English regulators, English courts, English judges, 400 years of jurisprudence, etc., etc., etc. And therefore, when you go around advising a country and ask them to pick this policy or that policy, the first thing you have to ask yourself is, does the country have a state that is capable of carrying out that policy? For instance, I am perfectly happy to suggest that some states should do industrial policy, a more activist policy to foment certain kinds of production. I would suggest that, some countries have the state that is capable of doing that. I think the Italian state could do that. If I were visiting Guatemala, I'm not sure I would. I'm picking on poor Guatemala. I apologize. I didn't need to do that. Honduras, next to Guatemala. If I were going to Honduras and said, guys, you want to do industrial policy? Honduras is a lovely country, but, I have many Honduran friends, but they don't particularly have a very capable state. And therefore, are you from Honduras or not? You are? Oh, my God. Okay. I knew that I was going to put my foot in my mouth. But I did say it was a lovely country, right? So, okay, I am on safe terrain here. Bottom line, we need to think a lot more about what makes a capable state capable. So we need to invest not only in machinery, not only in equipment, not only in people, we need to invest in the state. And my co-author, Tim Besley, is the guy who's been writing papers for the last 25 years, making it very explicit that this is a political economy choice, it's not an investment choice. Maybe you want to spend money today building roads, maybe you want to spend money today building a state, and if you build a state, you will be able to build more roads and have better schools and better financial systems in the future. So those are my 5 principles, and I'm probably out of time, so I'm just going to very briefly tell you, I'm going to skip that, and I want to tell you that these principles, which may seem sort of abstract, have lots of implications for practical discussions. And I'm just going to enumerate them, and I will end. They have very practical implications for fiscal policy, because I sort of said this already, so let me just underscore it. It suggests that you want to do fiscal policy of the old-fashioned kind, sort of counter-cyclical fiscal policy of the Keynesian type, but you also want to have the government be an insurer of last resort. But in order for the government to be an insurer of last resort, you need a government that is very prudent and good. Okay? So this is a new role of fiscal policy. It is not what they teach you in the standard macro textbook. Number 2, unlike Donald Trump, we do not believe that tariff is the most beautiful word in the English language. And we make the following point. A lot of the debates on trade that have happened in the world since the Washington Consensus have to do with the impact of greater trade basically on 2 countries, the US and the UK. And it is true that in the US and the UK, there were losers. If you go to Michigan, or if you go to Wisconsin, or if you go to Sheffield, or any town in the north of England, you will find losers. Trade produces a lot of winners, it also produces losers. But it is also true that for reasons that any international economist can explain very well, for labor-abundant countries, not capital-abundant countries, for Brazil, or for Mexico, or for South Africa, or for Nigeria, or for Pakistan, or for Bangladesh, trade liberalization has been great. But in order to take advantage of trade liberalization, what do you need? You need a capable state. You need the source of public goods that will enable countries to do the kind of exporting that I was discussing. Third example, industrial policy. If you believe that what you produce matters, and if you believe that who produces and where it gets produced matters, then you have to worry about goods. But again, you can do this well, you can do it badly, you can do it with a light touch, or you can do it in a heavy-handed way. Don't do it like Dilma Rousseff in Brazil, not the right way of doing it. But again, modern economics tells us that growth is about ecosystems. Ecosystems are about the provision of public goods, and that requires, therefore, the government to be involved. The government is, whether you're conservative or liberal, the government will never be out of the discussion. The only question is, will government do it well? Will government do it bad? And not last but not least, and I will end here, if you take our principle that the welfare of human beings, and this is psychologists have told us, has to do with a lot more things beyond consumption, then you have to worry about the implications for that. And in fact, you have to worry about, and I will mention two things as examples. You have to worry, for instance, about the idea of a universal basic income. That is very popular in some circles. I happen to think it's a terrible idea. And one of the reasons why I think it's a terrible idea is that jobs are not simply a source of income. They are a source of identity. They connect us with the world. They tell us who we are, who our friends are, who our colleagues are. And therefore, the idea that the robots will do everything and we will simply get a check at the end of the month and watch a lot of television or watch a lot of internet or whatever is probably not a good idea. Secondly, we have to think about the way that workplace is structured. And I will end by citing one of my favorite political philosophers, a woman called Elizabeth Anderson in the United States, who says that we think a lot about democracy in the polity. We think very little about the rules in which companies are managed, even though we spend at least 8 hours a day in a company. We're lucky because we're academics, and we get to have a say in the way universities are managed. Most workers don't get to have a say in the way the companies are managed, and therefore, if we take our principle seriously, this also ought to be a serious field for research. So these are examples. There are a lot more examples in the papers. I've gone on for too long, so I will simply say what we have here is a list of principles, and it is up to you guys, and it's up to democratic societies out there, try to take these principles and use them to fight the right, not to fight, to find the right policies that are suitable for different countries and their particular circumstances. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We put the bar high, and I think you did a great job on meeting the expectations I said. So we open the floor for questions. Just raise your hand. Yes, Julia.
Hi, I'm Julia. Thank you very much. I'm from Mexico.
Okay, lovely country.
I just have a question regarding, because you mentioned the environment once, and just thinking in the title of this discussion as new, how would you respond to the critics that say that there is an inherent, incapability of meeting a future and the extractive economy that we are sustaining today? How would you see a way out of that, and how do you talk about it in the London? Thank you.
I think now or
We can collect a couple of questions.
Right.
Yes. There.
Oh, sorry.
I'm Ivan, I'm from Serbia, and I'm an economist. My undergrad was a dual degree between LSE and the University of Belgrade. My question is a bit
Very well trained young man.
Thank you very much. My question is a bit personal, a bit related to state culture and culture of the state that you mentioned before. So when you came, from my understanding, you came back to Chile from the States. How did you adapt to the political culture in Chile, and how did you adapt to politics? How did you establish yourself? I believe you came in the 90s once to the finance ministry, and then again when you became the minister. How did that work out? And furthermore, on that question, how did you find the state culture in Chile? And is the state culture more related to policymakers and the politicians? Do they make the culture of implementation, or is it more related to civil servants and experts that work under you? And how much is the relationship between politicians and civil servants relevant for implementation and for state functions?
Great question. It will take me 2 hours to answer, but I will try to be brief.
Okay, my name is Anna. I'm from Ukraine, and my question would be because Ukraine was a very state that after the collapse of the USSR, we had this market economy. We were shocked. We had all the privatization taken by the oligarchs and other people. So, and since you mentioned that, I really like the framework of the question, is your state capable of having a good economy? So my question would be, what would you say are the key reforms and key institutional changes that are necessary for a country to develop good economy, but also a really good welfare state? Thank you.
Okay, Andrés, you have
Uh,
a lot on your plate.
Well, I can tell you guys go to a very good school because those are all very good questions. Difficult questions. So on the environment from our Mexican friend, I have just come from New York where we had the meeting of something called the GPPN, the Global Public Policy Network, which SAIS ought to belong, but Columbia is one American university, is Hertie from Berlin and Sciences Po from Paris, et cetera, et cetera. And so students have to present answers to policy challenges. And I was struck by the fact that of the, whatever, I'm going to make this up, 28 presentations, 27 were on the environment. So I am very cognizant that, the world is probably going to go up in flames, and I'm very cognizant that your generation in particular has a good reason to worry about it. We old guys will be dead when that happens, right? But your generation has a very good reason to worry about it. Now, having said that, let me say two things. I don't think we will ever get out of that bind without market incentives. That is to say, the countries that have made the biggest dent, including the European Union, have done it through taxes and prices. And therefore, the idea that the market is here and the good people who want to save the world are over here and they have nothing in common, I think is a common view, but an incorrect view. I'm not advocating laissez-faire here. I'm not saying that the market will do it all, but smart governments will use smart market incentives. Without those, we're dead. You also used an adjective that is very commonly used, so I'm not blaming you for it, which I find a little misleading. And in Mexico it's very common, where I come from in Chile is very common, the notion of an extractive industry. Once upon a time, extraction was not bad. You extract a tooth, you extract, oil or copper from the ground. Nowadays, extractive is meant to be bad. And well, the reason why it's supposed to be bad is maybe it is, going to run out, and yes, oil will run out. But it's also meant to be bad because somehow you're, not adding any wisdom or any knowledge or any human intelligence to the extraction, and I think that's incorrect. I come from a country that gets blamed for being extractive. Visit a copper mine and you realize how much human ingenuity and how much productivity is there. So, it's really hard, and it takes some really smart people to do it. And it takes even smarter people to do it in a way that is environmentally okay. Parenthetically, we will never stop the world from going up in flames until we do more electromobility. And what do you need for electromobility? You need copper. So I've had this discussion with students many times. They say, oh, your country, is destroying the environment because you're putting copper out of the ground. My answer is, tell me how we will save the planet without putting copper out of the ground. Without copper, there are no wires. Without wires, there are no EVs. Without EVs, we can't go anywhere without spoiling the environment. The more general principle at work here is that the environment is a huge priority. It is gigantic, and we should all be thinking about it. But we need to think about it in a way that deploys the good things that economics has to offer. I'm pretty critical of economics, so I don't think everything in economics is right. But there are a few principles that if we do without them, I think we're not doing the planet a service. Our Serbian colleague, Chile, the states, political culture, etc. This is a fascinating and hard question, so I'm not going to do justice to it, but let me just let me say the following thing. You know, I'm an economist, and when we economists are trained, we're typically told economics is not about culture. You know, sociologists and anthropologists and people in the humanities worry about culture. We economists are all about incentives. But over the last 15 years, economists have discovered culture. And when I mean culture, I'm not thinking of Picasso or of the, Firenze Duomo. I am thinking of political culture, the culture that holds a society together. And there's overwhelming empirical evidence that suggests that countries that do well tend to be countries that have a good political cultures. That's statement number one. And statement number two is quite striking, that political culture is very sticky. It changes, but it changes slowly. If you look at the end of the Soviet Union, the end of the Berlin Wall, and what happened in Central and Eastern Europe, it is quite striking that the countries that became democratic and successful also happened to be the countries that had been democratic and successful before the Soviet Union. I'm thinking particularly of the Czech Republic, of Slovakia, etc., etc. Why? Because they sort of had it in their blood. Chile had a very nasty and very bloody and very brutal dictatorship between 1973 and 1990. But we had been a working democracy, more or less between 1883 and 1973. So we had been, working democracy for about a century and a half. And therefore, we got rid of the dictator. And what came after that was a reasonably well-functioning democracy, not because the politicians were so bright, but simply because there is a certain political culture. There are certain things you don't do. Argentina and Chile have almost exactly the same per capita income. We think we're very different, but people look at us and think we're very similar. They're better at football, and they have the Pope. We have neither. So in many dimensions, we're very, very similar. You study in the US or in Europe, Chileans and Argentines and Uruguayans always have asados together because we're culturally identical. However, there's one big difference. Uruguay and Chile have very strong and functioning political cultures, and Argentina does not. Why that is, I have no idea. It probably has to do with the patterns of production and migration in the 17th century. It happened a long time ago, okay? But I guess this is a very long-winded way of saying, I found returning to Chile not so hard because the rules by which Chilean politics is conducted are reasonable rules. We have some idiots in Congress, of course, every country does. We have some populist politicians. Nowadays, every country does. I took some flack for having been abroad for a while, but I had been abroad not on tourism. I was abroad actually because my family had been expelled from Chile for a dictatorship, so that made it a bit more tolerable. But bottom line, I said every state should be capable, or we should think about how we make the state capable. I'm adding one more thought, and which is making the state capable is not something that you simply get out of a World Bank manual. It is built, and it is built very gradually. And you have to build a state culture, a political culture to go with it, that you can build it, but it may take decades or centuries. Remind me what the third question was, because I got so, if you just raise your hand.
Yes.
You wanted to know about?
So what would be the necessary key reforms or?
Oh yeah, Ukraine, of course, of
Yeah.
course. Let me say, first of all, that I live on a block in West London, in which there are 10 houses, 3 of which have Ukrainian flags outside, because 3 of my neighbors have taken in Ukrainian families who had to flee the dictatorship. And so I go shopping and I chat with the Ukrainian kids, and I have nothing but huge admiration for your country. And I really, I think you guys have been a real example for the world. And when I saw Trump and Vance doing what they did in the White House last week, I was shocked and I was embarrassed. And as somebody who's lived in the United States for 20 years and who's been a legal resident of the United States for 20 years, I found that deeply distressing behavior. So go Ukraine. Let me add that I've been actually in your country a number of times working with the Ukrainian National Bank. So I know the country reasonably well. And I think my answer to you is going to be a little bit like the answer I gave to our Serbian fellow over here. Namely, I think Ukraine has made great progress since the collapse of the Soviet Union. I think Ukraine is in a very difficult situation today, but it will come out of this very difficult moment fortified. Why? Because it'll strengthen the political democratic culture. You know, it's going to be terrible, and it has been terrible, and it will continue to be terrible. But I can assure you that those bits of Ukraine where the political culture was not ideal, and let's be honest, you know, there was corruption and oligarchy and practices that were not exactly top-notch by any standards, certainly not by EU standards. I am willing to put money on the table that some of those bad features will go away. Why? Because Ukrainians will see A, the virtue of pulling together, and B, the virtue of being a democracy. And I hope very soon also a member of the EU, and that will make things easier. So yes, political cultures can be built. It takes a while. Be patient and be good.
Yes.
Our student from Honduras has the floor, given that she has good reason to be mad at me. She will now ask me a very tough question.
Thank you, and your comment is forgiven. No, thank you for a very riveting presentation. And you know, given that you said that a capable state is the keystone to this London consensus, I was wondering, you know, in my case or in other Central American countries' cases, the state may not be so capable. So what do you foresee the role of private sector and multilaterals and other key stakeholders in the situation?
Can I take them one at a time? Because that way, you know, I forget, as you saw. Let me answer in a controversial way. When you see a non-functioning state, there's a temptation to bypass the state. Rich country NGOs are particularly guilty of this. You go into Afghanistan, the state doesn't work, so you bring a bunch of American college kids and you say, oh, they will do the healthcare delivery and they will provide rations for the poor. You do that for a year or two after a war has ended, that's fine. But to think that NGOs in the private sector will replace the state is a tremendous mistake. Not only is it a tremendous mistake, it is counterproductive. Why? Because you will never develop a state unless you use it. And if it is being replaced by a bunch of well-meaning college kids, you will never, you know, the state will never grow. Okay. So I am all for the private sector. You know, we have a friend here who used to work at the IMF, so I will not say anything bad about the multilaterals. They are part of the equation. They're part of the ecosystem. But ultimately, the private sector has to learn that the private sector will not thrive until the state thrives also. Which, and allow me to make another comment, which is more practical. I am always struck, particularly in emerging nations, but not only in emerging nations, and this is certainly true in Latin America, but I've seen it in South Africa, and I've seen it in Ukraine, and I've seen it in a bunch of other places. I never cease to be amazed of how ignorant the private sector is about the public sector. One of the reasons why the private sector distrusts the public sector is that they don't get it. It's not rocket science. You know, you say, oh, the bill went into the lower house, and in fact, there's a committee in the lower house, and then it goes to the floor of the house, and it has to go through the Senate, and most, you know, CEOs kind of get tuned out. Too complicated, right? But if CEOs don't understand how Parliament works, you know, how could you possibly have a private sector that collaborates with? And therefore, you know, if you guys go into the private sector, you will be saved, right? Because you've learned about the public sector. And we need both. The idea that the public sector will be replaced by well-meaning people in the private sector, I think is a very dangerous notion. I'm not saying you espouse it, but should you ever come to espouse it, check it out.
We go. Amalia there? Yeah.
Thank you so much for coming. I actually think this is one of the most engaging people talks we've had, so I'm a fan over here.
Where are you from?
from the UK.
All right, I was about to guess so, but good. Thank you very much. That's very kind.
Thank you. I am a dual degree student as well. I just came from SOAS, around the corner from LSE in London. And I just wanted to, I guess, ask a question about your growth perspective. You mentioned that growth is still really important for you, mainly for the idea of like innovation, and people would want to innovate to receive rents. But then also you mentioned that people don't just do jobs for capital, but they also do it as part of their community and identity. So acknowledging that like labor comes more into like transnational care and people just wanting to make the world go round, etc. So I wondered your thoughts on people like Kate Raworth, who talk about donor economics and growing within planetary boundaries, or maybe to an extreme like feminists that talk about political economy of care and building a world in which we value things to do with the care economy rather than other forms of labor. So I just wondered if you could speak on degrowth and then feminist political economy and your perspectives on that. Thank you.
I'm going to be very sympathetic for one and very unsympathetic toward the other. So let me begin with the sympathetic bit. I think that feminist thinkers who tell us that the world is about a lot of things beyond money are absolutely right. In fact, that is a cousin of the case that I was made. I cited actually a feminist political philosopher, Elizabeth Anderson. I didn't describe her in those terms, but I think she would describe herself in those terms. Who are telling us, look, I'm going to say it in boring economics terms, but you will see what I mean. You know, our happiness hinges on a lot more than simply our ability to earn a paycheck and go to the shopping mall. And there are lots of very valuable activities which are not marketable activities. You know, we care for our kids. I have 3 children, so I'm very aware of that. We care for our parents. My mother, who was 94, passed away last year. I'm keenly aware of how much we care for her. We care for our neighbors. We care for our neighbors who happen to have been kicked out of Ukraine by the evil Russian invasion. So I think the notion that we need to formulate politics and policy with an eye to that could not be more central. I am completely sympathetic. Now, that doesn't mean that we chuck market incentives out the window. It simply means that we make market incentives work for a broader set of goals. Market incentives are nothing but tools. They're not goals, they're tools. So we can redefine the goals and still use the tools. You know, if we want more people, you know, bringing up children, their own and somebody else's, we can subsidize that. If we want people to stay home and take care of elderly relatives, we can also pay for that. Or we could recognize it in paternal leave or maternal leave, or we could have leave for, you know, elder care, and the same way we have leave for childbearing. So we can use the tools of policy to achieve a separate or new or broader or more enlightened set of incentives. But I wouldn't think of it as being counterposed to good policy. I would think of it as being part of good policy. Where I'm very unsympathetic is degrowth. The only people who are for degrowth are rich people in the rich north. I have never met somebody who lives south of the equator who really thought degrowth was a serious proposition. Degrowth looks wonderful if you live in rich New York City or rich San Francisco or rich Bologna for that matter. If you live in Dhaka, Bangladesh, or in the crowded suburbs of Sao Paulo, Brazil, degrowth seems like a really bad idea. Can you grow and save the planet? Yes, I think you can. How? With smart policy. I sort of said that already, so I won't repeat it.
Okay, we have time for one final question. Yeah, Antonio, you want to?
Thank you very much. My name is Antonio. I'm actually Chilean, so it's nice to see you here.
Brilliant.
I have a question about
You're starting here, of course.
yes.
Okay.
I have a question about debt.
Debt.
Yes,
Okay.
because I might have slept on this, but I didn't hear you talk about that very much, or at all, actually. So with national debts growing and not shrinking, how does that figure into the consensus that you're writing about?
It's a very good question, and I think I have a very good answer. I didn't use the word debt, but it was in the background there somewhere, because at some point I said these principles imply a new role for fiscal policy. And I said the new role of fiscal policy is you want to be very aggressive in bad times, but in order to be very aggressive in bad times, so you have to be very frugal in good times. So now let me say exactly the same thing, but using the word debt. You should pay back your debts very aggressively in good times, so that when all shit hits the fan, you have no debt, you have market access, and you can spend quite lavishly to do all those good things that you need to do in crisis. Okay, so essentially, debt should be used as a counter-cyclical instrument. What's the problem? I think most people are perfectly happy with the notion that in bad times you have to increase debt. I have no problem with the notion that in 2007, 8, 9, the world should have increased debt. Of course, I have no problem with the notion that during the COVID crisis everybody should have increased debt. Of course, Guido said that during my first 3 years in office, Chile ran huge fiscal surpluses. During my 4th year in office, we ran a huge fiscal deficit. Why? Because the world was collapsing. And when the world was collapsing, we want to spend like crazy. And we did. We went from +8 to -4. So we have a fiscal impulse of 12 points of GDP. Okay. The problem is political economy. The problem is, of course, that most people find it lovely to spend a lot in bad times. And then when the bad times end and the good times come, getting your foot off the pedal is very, very hard. So I think the economics is pretty clear. The difficulty is with the politics. I was perfectly happy with the fact that the United States should have run big deficits during the recession and COVID. Problem is, Joe Biden, we were way out of COVID, and Joe Biden kept doing more stimulus packages. Hypothetically, if I were American, I would have voted for a Democrat. Make no mistake about it. But I think it is pretty clear, exposed, that Democrat fiscal policy was ridiculously too expansionary. Not in bad times, so that's right to do that, but in good times. So you can manage that. In Chile, I think we can proudly say, and this is not my doing, this is, the Chilean Republic, we managed that. We drove that down to 0 practically, because we ran surpluses. When do we do it? In good times. Why? So that we could help those in need in bad times. It can be done. Is it easy? No. Is the politics of it nasty? Yes. Is it feasible? I would think.
Thank you very much, Andrés. Thank you all.
Like when you got the tank around. As much as I should be, no, I've been having I'm understanding everything, and I'm like, very interesting, very. Are we all going to
It was like, you can.
Oh, you can. Yes, yes.
I know, I'm sorry, I'm just like, I got to remember.
I think this is where I sit. So, addicted summary. I know. Talk about like the big things and also like where is it all going? Dirty strategy. No, it's just fun about. Sort of, but it's a small one. Get into rural growth challenges. This predominantly prior to.
You're talking to.
And I basically. Taking figures. How we.
So 1 year.
So rural growth challenges, and I get it.
I've been doing a long journey.
And it is also factors into some of the rural information, so I don't need to like repeat, like, oh, why are farmers not doing this, why are they doing this?
Right.
So it's like, these are the problems, and then. This is where it says, this is where transition, conditions influence like choices, namely, like, or like the. Transition. Then I get.
I promise.
Breakdown.
I'm here for seven.
Arid versus semi-arid.
this
Like,
Yeah.
like. Then I get it to. Yeah, like.
It's just like.
So if you say it's not working.
Yeah.
Campaign.
I mean, I created. But I just source it. So like basically webinar JS, you can download like different, yeah.
Okay. Oh, don't get her on that, don't get her on that.
So like.
The these for that, I go into the
Just make it work. When I went to go for diamond story, like.
in mine, 80% all employment. So it's like,
But like,
Yeah.
I'm focusing, I'm on the list of everyone on there. I did mention like, we'll have a list that is primarily like.
you,
Why there
yeah,
is.
and but the influence is primarily.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
so like.
Let's go, let's go, let's go. Chileno, está chileno. ¿Dónde eres? Alemán chileno. O sea, vivido mucho tiempo fuera de Chile.
Yeah, you should.
And then I get into.
Drivers of road transformation impact, so this is where you're talking about poverty.
Pero
This right, poverty, so
I still have.
the most for and.
Pues no para opinar.
Then I.
Profesor de mi mamá,
Sí.
ella estaba muy contenta que vino.
Because you already know the challenges for both this.
Sí, posiblemente en el 90. Sí. Ayer dijera que
Then I get into quality of life, part of quality of life.
Gracias. Muchísimo.
No migration, so like rural to urban,
Thank you.
and then I.
Wait, what was it?
Living South first.
Quality of
Life
life.
insurance. That way, okay.
I would have typically named it something more specific. But the reason why I'm putting it as quality of life is because I want it to be broad, so I can put as many of these as I can, because this is gonna be
Yeah, like.
education, this is gonna be poverty by age.
So I'm
homelessness.
educated.
Exactly, so I don't wanna, I also wanna be very careful that I feel like she's gonna be very picky, depending on like what you name things.
Yeah, that's
So,
why
like-
I'm freaking out about
So,
like.
so like
organization.
prior, this had the name of like quality. Sorry.
They don't know, what are you doing here? Okay, can I join, or you, okay, I'll be right there. Sorry, we're talking rural.
I
rural
just keep
poverty.
give more.
Yeah.
Okay. I think, so my strategy is like using the building blocks, filling in all the information, making my drafts, and then after, once I have my clear story, organizing it from there. Cause I talk about migration and structural transformation for me, cause that's like a key factor why structural, okay.
What takes the most time is just data.
Yeah, it's
The
fun, but
data
like,
is what, yeah, it's
oh,
fun,
you
but
put water on, see? Sorry,
I was passing out here.
sorry. Too late.
Oh, but you know what's gonna help me focus is go to the gym right now.
Are you actually gonna go?
Yeah,
Tell them I say hi, I haven't. You might not be there actually, depending on what time.
no, I would know. Thank you, Lan, thank you, thank you.
I'm so tired. I'm actually cheating on you. And you cheated on me with Zayn, which I think frankly, you need to worry about.
I already knew about that, by the way. I said it was okay.
But I don't think you did because he told me to
I've actually, I've known for a while now.
No.
FYI, nothing gets past, nothing happens without getting past my desk.
Boyfriends do have. Look down.
Don't tell Mateo.
You don't have any boyfriends this man? Boys or girls or both?
Hey, hold on. You all do have different NDAs. Woo.
Oh, we're gonna talk in there.
Ah!
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he does. He's just a. You check, it's a magnet. Yeah. He's a talent.
Ah.
Yeah, or the scientist apparently. He said he's blushing.
I need water, so I'm gonna.
But I came back for the speaker. I actually really liked it. Yeah. So now I have an essay right.
Yeah, I gotta.
Yeah, you do. It's ugly. You made the ugliest graphic. No, okay, good thing you showed it because he doesn't act.
I was gonna manually import it later.
Oh no, he put it in the report. He was ready, he was so. So, no, thank you for showing me, I might send you my report if it's, because I wanna finish it by like Thursday, so I have a weekend to sleep on it. Not great, yeah, you want Saturday, yeah.
Oh, is it you on Saturday?
Yeah, the little team.
Oh, thank goodness, cause I was so close.
Yeah, he did, yeah, I know. It's
No, well-
early.
No, well, no, the reason why I say that is because I thought it was gonna be due Friday,
Yeah.
and I wanted to work on it on Friday. That's like the last.
Oh, you could, yeah, you could.
Yeah.
It's due Saturday, 11:59. Right?
AM?
PM.
Huh?
He's so passionate about rural military. Development of. Yeah.
Okay. That's great, I didn't know that.
Yes, sir. Now this is.
So is that,
That's great. You know that. We're in a business meeting, go, we're in the field, go ahead.
ah,
What is on your know?
put me back in the field.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, but, Saturday, perfect, yeah, so, midnight Saturday.
Yeah, that's what Marcus said, I also don't trust Marcus. Cause he's messed up a lot of times, Marcus is yeah.
I'm just gonna look into the syllabus,
Okay, it's
but,
due Saturday, yeah.
okay, so that's perfect, I would do Friday.
There you go, but I might
Yeah.
remind if you'd like to look it over, because I'm a little nervous. No, she's nervous, she's a I'm so nervous, I turn nationality to men.
Nationalities.
Well, actually.
15 is this.
These are cute.
Okay, that's perfect, cause I got.
Okay. Oh, it's on the other. Okay. This is no. Go to the gym, say hi to our friends. And. Give us a love shot. Yeah, give us a lollipop. Yeah.
I need coffee.
Keep it open. Which one?
It's so funny, I don't even know how I feel about you saying it like that. Someone's gonna start wondering, and then I'm gonna blow all my. And then I'm really cooked, dude.
This is your process. Really bad.
Word.
Sometimes words that didn't even.
Words are
come
on.
out of your mouth. That is correct.
Words are on. Someone went down the stairs. Yeah.
So where's the migration?
Where's the migration? Oh, yeah.
Where am I grading? I'm migrating to 405.
What are you guys working on?
Here's an IR paper due tonight.
You denied.
Yeah, I have to put down only 60 words now.
That's perfect. You only have like 4 hours, so.
ChatGPT said no 4 hours to write.
I look,
You got
all I need is one. That's it. And I'm done with it.
You're fine.
Yes,
That's
yeah.
exactly.
I just need that. That's like.
Yeah, he's fine. It was amazing. Yeah. No, he's like ahead of the curve. I actually crying my eyes out. Yeah, you should. That's so ugly. Such an ugly graph. You're gonna get an F. Oh, it's so ugly. Oh. No, for the you saw the practice, grow up. When you grow up, you get notions. So gross.
I might just leave it there now.
That would be funny.
Sort of like after references, so like you have to get the extra step, like, oh, like, oh, he's like, whoa, what is this?
In the annex, just going back. Pardon me. Pardon me. Oh, I know her.
It's kind of like, the role of like simple things are like really good. That this was like super bourgeois. This is like
No.
put a little gradient in it.
She's fluffy. There's not.
No. It's like
Mine
it's
is
too
bad.
much. It's too much.
There's too much text.
Except for that, that's why I got rid of the x-axis. I thought it was too much.
You never get rid of the axis. No, there's too much. You put all the data point labels in the graph.
That's too
There's
much,
like
yeah. I'm gonna create a table.
Years worth of data and 2 lines. So 15 times 2.
And like, and 15 industries. So.
You can imagine the graph is quite cluttered. And once again, no x-axis. We can't problem in the. I looked and the one, it says one, like, what is this? We can't even see. So you gotta get x-axis. I was in your brain. That's actually really ageist of you. To make that very disrespectful. Sexist and very disrespectful. Either you buy your glasses or. Yeah.
You're gonna set me on fire now? What? Shame.
And then you have to see this graphic.
Oh no.
No.
It's so good. Oh,
No, we don't know. I don't know why you're not that.
oh, it's so.
I can't forget about the It's wrong. Okay.
No. If Anya was not going to the gym, I'd start turning into that wine bottle down the stairs.
No, go to the gym. Gym always. Gym is one problem.
No, for my head. Yeah, that's the proper channel here. They're safe, they're made of glass.
No, I got it. They said the gym. They're made in. No.
They're in glass.
Like they're made in.
No, they're in glass. They are in glass.
But we see.
And they're drinking. Oh, actually, that's my thing. But, okay, well, I'm doing this for a separate class, but I'm gonna be here like literally all night on Thursday. We have like this.
Oh, me too, with this
Great
world
thing.
thing. Yeah, really.
So what we're doing is, basically, we have 4 or 5,
Was that
both,
first week?
me, Evan, Asher, who else? Cynthia.
Good.
others.
Now it's.
So basically, we're in a class of like 6 people
Okay.
for creating.
And you guys are in.
I heard the hard class. No, it's actually very good.
Yeah.
This guy, did he tell you about like how he jigsawed us for more points? I've never seen this shit. But he basically said, attempt to grade your own paper. And if you get within the range of what I'm grading your paper on, and you get it within a few decimals close, I'll give you a picture.
Yeah. That's not.
So, so it's like this. You submitted your paper, I've graded it already, but before I grade you your grade, I want you to review your own paper, grade it yourself, and if it's within the grade that I made for you, I'll give you two extra points.
I don't like that at all.
That's like some jigsaw shit.
Yeah.
That's like the games begin, you know.
That's a good point.
Hmm.
If I get within a decimal, I guess between an 89 and 90, you look like a 99% that you're not. Statistically speaking, the confident interval.
I'm
99%.
You know what? The next, so I didn't do it this time, I'm gonna do the next one. I'm gonna be like, I'm probably gonna respond with something like, it's like a solid 80, but feels like
Or you could jigsaw it.
and then he's gonna be like 70.
Is he in our grader?
Okay,
Yeah, have you had anything?
so let's just say, no, do you know this guy? He's a real deal. He does law for the WTO and he's made all like the WTO books.
Can you get me a job?
Well, it's a very small community, but this is definitely one of all the professors I've got to meet, he's definitely one of the ones that I want to work with. Like he is on it. I mean, just like the man's, yeah, for law, the guy is it. You know, he's done it in that realm of like trade law. And so, he does really well. So every 2 weeks, we basically meet, but we have papers every week.
No, we haven't studied.
Yeah, but it surely is, man. You have like this giant book. You can't get around. You have to read. Like you have to read the book. And we have case papers due every time we meet.
Oh my God.
And so when we submit our papers in like basically Thursday night, that's why so this is why last week, us, literally right after we submitted it, I've never seen whiskey go down so fast.
Yeah,
Like-
because I haven't invited me to the study group. I feel bad for y'all. I feel like
So we got, so now our thing is 405, trade law, and Guy Rose. Yeah. pretty
we
cool.
might do this.
Oh, and then afterwards, we go and just like pour it down. Yeah.
I think it was actually.
I mean, we're suffering through it, but like, we're having a really good times. It's trauma bonding, yeah. Yeah, and then what we do is, when we go to the bar afterwards, we're just talking about trade law, because we've been. Like, so we're like, hey, what do you think, the Jack Daniels on the HS schedule and tariff that how much and blah, 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 and what do you think the like the reciprocal articles of GATT and this and that, like, those are all the things that we're like, you know, going through for like individual products, and like product. You that there's like a four-part test to what product is, according to like how it's tariffed, whether it's a like product, like does it have the same end consumption, the same characteristics, like all of these things when it gets to the law, it's like crazy. And so it's very like, it's very, yeah, no, sorry. You just have to like, okay, you have to really feel. So the reason why I got this rule paper out of the way is because now I have this big old book in my backpack that I need to do an all-nighter on for the next couple of days. Because it's very demanding. She's thick, yeah. I will say though, he does make some very interesting case studies. So like, he'll name a country Hufflepuff, and then he'll name the other one Ravenclaw. And like, but like, if you like, he'll give you like the real scenarios, just change the name of the countries.
Oh, so you don't know?
Yeah.
That's actually kind of cool.
Yeah.
See,
Yeah.
I'm glad I don't have it for the workload because I don't have time, but it sounds really good, like helpful. Damn.
I gotta say, like, sorry, last point, and then you guys get after it. Labor markets,
Yeah.
that class,
Did that-
that takes, okay, but I don't mind it, you know why? because I spend maybe 2% of my entire time, 1% maybe of my entire time. That 4%, 1% on that, 4% on Arabic, from the 95 that's left, say 75% goes to trade law.
Wow.
The rest of the 20% is on working in this group.
Wow. A good distribution. Good, then that's how it goes. We all have our 1% class. Where does that go? I don't have to work on her now.
Okay, y'all get after it.
You get out there too. Okay, we'll go downstairs with her in the elevator.
Are you gonna?
He needs to move his legs. No, he
No.
doesn't.
I ran 15 miles yesterday. I do not need to.
All men do is
Well,
grab.
well, Andrés.
They just want the opportunity
We
to.
just say I ran 15 miles. So I can't move these legs.
Oh.
So,
That's in Texas Cowboy.
Sorry.
No, that is not. We like it cute too.
Hold on.
What do you second my goodness?
First try.